Mumbua has a packet full of sweets. She decided that each day she will eat half of what was in the packet. If she started eating the sweets on Monday, what fraction of all the sweets did she eat on Thursday? We can proceed to solution. Remember, we are told that Mumbua had a packet of sweets. Then she decided that each day she will be eating half of what was in the packet. Again, she started eating the sweets on Monday. We are asked the fraction of sweets which was eaten by Mumbua on Thursday. Remember here, our packet was full of sweets. The fraction which will represent the number of sweets in the packet therefore will be 1 whole, which is the same as 1/1. We can now proceed to search for the fraction of sweets which were eaten by Mumbua on Monday. On Monday, Mumbua ate half of what was in the packet, which is 1. Half of 1 will give us a half. We can now proceed to search for the remainder of the sweets which were in the packet on Monday. And the remainder will be 1 whole. We subtract the fraction of the sweets which were eaten on Monday, which is a half. 1 whole, when we subtract a half, we are going to get a half. We can now proceed to search for the fraction of sweets which were eaten on Tuesday. On Tuesday, remember, the packet contained half of sweets. Therefore, the fraction of the sweets eaten on Tuesday will be a half of 1/2. A half of 1/2 will give us 1/4. Remember this, a quarter is the fraction representing the sweets eaten by Mumbua on Tuesday. We can now proceed to search for the remainder of the sweets on Tuesday. And the remainder in our case will be a half. We subtract a quarter, which is the sweets which were eaten on Tuesday. We can proceed to search for the LCM of 2 and 4. This will give us 4. 4 when we divide with the 2 will give us 2. 2 when we multiply with 1 will give us 2. Minus 4 when we divide with 4 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with 1 will give us 1. We have 2 minus 1 to give us 1/4. Remember this, a quarter here represents the fraction of the sweets which remained on Tuesday. From there now, we shall proceed to search for the fraction of the sweets which were eaten on Wednesday. And on Wednesday, the packet contained a quarter of sweets. We want to search for the fraction of the sweets which were eaten on Wednesday. And the fraction will be a half of 1/4. Remember here it will be her half. We multiply with 1/4 to give us 1/8. This 1/8 represents the fraction of the sweets which were eaten on Wednesday. We want to search for the fraction of sweets which remained on Wednesday. And the fraction of sweets which remained on Wednesday, in our case, it will be 1/4. We subtract the fraction of the sweets which were eaten on Wednesday, which is 1/8. We shall now proceed to take the LCM of 4 and 8, which is 8. 8, when we divide with 4, will give us 2. 2, when we multiply with 1, will give us 2. Minus 8, when we divide with 8, will give us 1. 1, when we multiply with 1, will give us 1. We have 2 minus 1 to give us 1/8. Remember, this 1/8 is the fraction of the sweets which remained on Wednesday. We shall now proceed to search for the fraction of sweets which were eaten on Thursday. And the fraction of the sweets which were eaten on Thursday will be a half of 1/8. It will be 1/2. We multiply with 1/8 to give us 1/16. Remember, this 1/16 is the fraction of the sweets which were eaten on Thursday. Therefore, the fraction of all the sweets which were eaten on Thursday will be 1/16. In our case here, our correct answer will be A. Omido had 280 hectares of land. He used 5/7 of it to plant maize seeds. The seeds in 1/5 of the area he planted did not germinate. From how many hectares of land did the seeds germinate? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that Omido used 5/7 of the area to plant maize seeds. Then the seeds in 1/5 of the area he planted did not germinate. We are asked from how many hectares of land did the seeds germinate. We can proceed to solution. Remember, Omido had a total of 280 hectares. Then he used 5/7 of it to plant maize seeds. We are told that 1/5 of the area he used to plant maize seeds did not germinate. We are asked from how many hectares of land did the seeds germinate. Remember, here he had 5/7 which he used to plant maize seeds. Then out of these 5/7, 1/5 of it did not germinate. We shall now proceed to search for the fraction of the area where the seeds did not germinate. And it will be 5/7, which is the area he used to plant maize seeds, we multiply with the fraction of the area where the maize seeds did not germinate. We can simplify by cancelling. By 5, 1, by 5, 1. It will be 1 over 7. And this 1 over 7 is the fraction of the area where the maize seeds did not germinate. We shall now proceed to search for the fraction of the area where the maize seeds germinated. And the fraction will be the total area which was used to plant the maize seeds. We subtract the area where the maize seeds did not germinate. Therefore, it will be 5 over 7. We subtract 1 over 7. 5 over 7, when we subtract 1 over 7, will give us 4 over 7. This 4 over 7 represents the fraction of the area where the maize seeds germinated. And in our question, we are asked from how many hectares of land did the seeds germinate. Remember, the total area was 280 hectares. Then we want to search for the hectares where the seeds germinated. We are going to take the fraction which represents the area where the maize seeds germinated. We multiply with the total hectares, which is 280 hectares. In our case, it will be 4 over 7, which is the fraction of the area where the maize seeds germinated. We multiply with the total area of the land, which is 280 hectares. We can simplify by cancelling. By 7, 1, by 7, 40. We have 4 times 40 to give us 160 hectares. Therefore, the hectares of land where the seeds germinated was 160 hectares. In our case here, our correct answer will be A. Rico, Bali, Koome, and Niza decided to start a business. Rico, Bali, and Koome each contributed a fifth of the money required, while Niza contributed the rest. If Niza contributed 1,000 shillings, how much money was contributed to start the business? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that Rico, Bali, and Koome each contributed a fifth of the money required. Then Niza contributed the rest. We are also told that Niza contributed 1,000 shillings. We are asked the amount of money which was contributed by the 4 of them. We can proceed to solution. In our case here, we have Rico. We also have Bali, Koome, and Niza. We are told that Rico, Bali, and Koome each contributed a fifth of the amount. Then finally, Niza contributed the rest. And in our case here, Niza contributed 1,000 shillings. We are asked the total amount of money contributed by the 4 here. For us to get the total amount of money contributed by the above 4, we are first going to search for the fraction which represents Niza's contribution. And for us to get the fraction which represents Niza's contribution, we are first going to take the sum of the fraction of Rico, Mbali, and Koome. Remember, Rico, Mbali, and Koome each contributed a fifth of the amount. We can proceed to take the sum of Rico, Mbali, and Koome. It will be 1 over 5 plus 1 over 5 plus 1 over 5. This will give us 3 over 5. Remember, we want to search for the rest of the fraction which was contributed by Niza. And the rest of the fraction here will be 5 over 5. We subtract 3 over 5. This will give us 2 over 5. Therefore, the fraction which represents Niza's contribution will be 2 over 5. We want to search for the total amount of money contributed by Rico, Mbali, Koome, and Niza. We are going to use the fraction of Niza and the amount to search for the total amount of money contributed by the 4 of them. Remember that Niza's fraction is 2 over 5, which is the same as 1,000 shillings. If 2 over 5 is equivalent to 1,000 shillings, what about 5 over 5? We shall cross multiply. It will be 5 over 5. We multiply with 1,000 shillings and we multiply with 5 over 2. We can simplify as follows. By 5, 1. By 5, 1. By 2, 1. By 2, 500. We have 5 times 500 here to give us 2,500 shillings. This 2,500 shillings is the total amount of money contributed by Rico, Mbali, Koome, and Niza. In our case here, our correct answer will be B. In a school party, a third of the pupils took orange juice. 2/5 of the remainder took lemon juice and the rest took passion fruit juice. How many pupils attended the party if the number of those who took passion fruit juice was 72? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that in the school party, a third of the pupils took orange juice. 2/5 of the remainder took lemon juice and the rest took passion fruit juice. We are told that the number of pupils who took passion fruit was 72. We are asked the number of pupils who attended the party. We can proceed to solution. We are told that a third of the pupils took orange juice. We are also told that 2/5 of the remainder took lemon juice. Again, we are told that the rest took passion fruit. Then the number of pupils who took passion fruit juice was 72 pupils. Remember, these 72 pupils represents the number of pupils who took passion fruit juice. We are asked the total number of pupils who attended the party. From there, we can now proceed to search for the fraction of the pupils who took lemon juice. And we are told that 2/5 of the remainder took lemon juice. We have a third of the pupils who took orange juice. We want first to search for the fraction of the remainder of the third. Remember, we have a third of the pupils who took orange juice. Therefore, the fraction which will represent the total number of pupils will be 3/3. We subtract a third to give us 2/3. This now represents the fraction of the remainder of the pupils. Again, we are told that 2/5 of the remainder took lemon juice. Therefore, it will be 2/5 of our remainder, which is 2/3. It will be 2/5. We multiply with the 2/3. This will give us 4/15. And this 4/15 represents the fraction of the pupils who took lemon juice. From there, we shall now proceed to search for the fraction representing the rest of the pupils who took passion fruit. And we have the fraction representing the pupils who took orange juice. The fraction which represents the pupils who took orange juice was a third. And the fraction representing the pupils who took lemon juice in our case was 4/15. We want to search for the rest of the fraction of the pupils who took passion fruit juice. We are first going to take the sum of the fraction of the pupils who took orange juice and lemon juice. It will be 1/3. We had 4/15. We shall now proceed to search for the LCM of 3 and 15, which will be 15. 15, when we divide with 3, will give us 5. 5, when we multiply with 1, will give us 5 plus 15, when we divide with 15, will give us 1. 1, when we multiply with 4, will give us 4. We have 5 plus 4 to give us 9/15. Therefore, the fraction of the pupils who took orange juice and lemon juice will be 9/15. We want to search for the rest of the fraction of the pupils who took passion fruit. And for us to get the rest of the fraction of the pupils who took passion fruit, we are going to take 1 whole. We subtract 9/15. Remember, this 1 whole here also represents 15/15. Therefore, it will be 15/15. We subtract 9/15. This will give us 6/15. And this 6/15 is the fraction representing the pupils who took passion fruit juice. And we are told that the number of pupils who took passion fruit juice was 72. We want to search for the total number of pupils who attended the party. Remember, the fraction which represents the pupils who took passion fruit juice was 6/15. This 6/15 is the same as 72. Therefore, we can now proceed to search for the total number of pupils who attended the party. We have 6/15, which is the fraction representing the pupils who took the passion fruit juice, which was 72. Then we search for the number of pupils who attended the party. If 6/15 is represented by 72, what about 15/15? We shall cross multiply. It will be 15/15. We multiply with 72 and we multiply with 15/6. We can simplify by cancelling. By 15, 1, by 15, 1. By 6, 1, by 6, 12. We have 15 times 12 to give us a total of 180 pupils. Therefore, the total number of pupils who attended the party was 180 pupils. In our case here, our correct answer will be D. Maina spent half of his salary on rent and a third of the remainder on food. He saved the rest. If he had saved 600 shillings, how much had he earned? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that Maina spent half of his salary on rent and a third of the remainder on food. Then finally he saved the rest, and he saved 600 shillings. We are asked the amount Maina earned. We can proceed to solution. Remember, we are told Maina spent half of his salary on rent. He also spent a third of the remainder on food. Then we are told that he saved the rest. And in this case, he saved 600 shillings. We are asked the amount Maina earned. In this case, we are first going to search for the third of the remainder. Remember, we want to search for the fraction of the remainder, and we are told that he used a half of his salary on rent. If on rent he used a half, what about the fraction which represented food? For us to get the fraction which represented food, we are going to take a third of the remainder. And our remainder in this case, it will be 1. We subtract 1/2. This 1 here represents 2/2. We subtract a half to give us a half. We can now proceed to search for the value of a third of the remainder. And our remainder, we have found that it was a half. Therefore, a third of a half here will give us the fraction which Maina spent on food. Remember, half means multiplication. It will be 1/3. We multiply with the fraction of the remainder, which is a half. This will give us 1/6. The fraction Maina spent on food therefore will be 1/6. From there, we shall now proceed to search for the fraction which represents the rest. And remember, the rest we are told that he saved. And the amount he saved was 600 shillings. We want to search for the fraction representing the rest. For us to get the fraction representing the rest, we are first going to take the sum of the fraction representing the rent we had, the fraction representing the food. And our rent here, the fraction is 1/2. We had the fraction represented by food, which is 1/6. The LCM of 2 and 6 will be 6. 6 when we divide with the 2 will give us 3. 3 when we multiply with 1 will give us 3. Plus 6 when we divide with the 6 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with 1 will give us 1. We have 3 plus 1 to give us 4/6. And this 4/6 is the fraction representing the sum of the fraction of the rent and food. We want to search for the rest of the fraction. And for us to get the rest of the fraction, we are going to take 1 whole, we subtract 4/6. Remember, this 1 whole here is the same as 6/6. Therefore, it will be 6/6, we subtract 4/6. This will give us 2/6. We can simplify to get 1/3. This 1/3 is the fraction which represents the rest which Maina saved. And we are told that Maina saved 600 shillings. Therefore, 1/3 represents 600 shillings. We want to search for the amount earned by Maina. If 1/3 represents 600 shillings, what about 1 whole? We shall cross multiply. It will be 1, we multiply with 600 shillings and we multiply with the reciprocal of 1/3, which is 3/1. It will be 600 shillings, we multiply with 3 to give us 1,800 shillings. Therefore, Mahina earned a total amount of 1,800 shillings. In our case here, our correct answer is C. In a certain constituency, 3 candidates stood for an election. The first candidate got 560 votes more than the second candidate, who got 18,600 votes. The third candidate got 1/5 of what the 2 candidates got. If 130 votes were spoiled, how many votes were cast all together? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that in the certain constituency, 3 candidates stood for an election. The first candidate got 560 votes, which were more than the second candidate. Therefore, the votes of the first candidate exceeded the votes of the second candidate by 560 votes. Then the votes of the second candidate were 18,600 votes. We are also told that the third candidate got 1/5 of what the first and the second candidate got. For us to get the votes of the third candidate, we are first going to take the sum of the votes of the first candidate and the second candidate, then we multiply with 1/5. We are also told that 130 votes were spoiled. We are asked the total number of votes which were cast all together. We can proceed to solution. We have three candidates as follows. We are told that the first candidate in our case got 560 votes more than the second candidate. And in our case here, the second candidate got 18,600 votes. And the third candidate in our case got 1/5 of the total votes which were received by the first and the second candidate. Then we are told that 130 votes were spoiled. We are asked the total number of votes which were casted. From there, we can now proceed to search for the votes of the first candidate. And we are told that the first candidate got 560 votes more than the second candidate. For us to get the votes of the first candidate, we are going to take the votes of the second candidate. We had 560 votes. Therefore, it will be 18,600 votes. We had 560 votes. 18,600 when we had 560, we are going to get 19,160 votes. Remember, these are the votes of the first candidate. We can now proceed to search for the votes of the third candidate. And we are told that the votes of the third candidate were 1/5 of the sum of the votes of the first and the second candidate. Therefore, first we are going to take the sum of the votes of the first candidate and the second candidate. And our first candidate received 19,160 votes. The second candidate received 18,600 votes. We can take the sum as follows. We have 19,160 votes. We had 18,600 votes. 19,160 when we had 18,600 votes, we are going to get a total of 37,760 votes. And remember, we want to search for the votes of the third candidate. The votes of the third candidate will be 1/5 of 37,760 votes. We can now proceed to search for the votes of the third candidate. And the votes of the third candidate, it will be 1/5 of the sum of the votes of the first and the second candidate, which is 37,760 7,760 votes. We can simplify by cancelling. By 5, 1. By 5, 7,552. 1, when we multiply with 7,552, we are going to get 7,552 votes. And remember, these are the votes of the third candidate. We want to search for the total votes which were casted all together. For us to get the total votes which were casted all together, we are going to combine the votes of the first candidate with the votes of the second candidate. We also combine with the votes of the third candidate, and we had the spoiled votes. We can now proceed to take the sum as follows. It will be 19,160 votes. We had 18,600 votes. We had 7,552 votes, and we had 130 votes. When we take the sum, we are going to get a total of 45,442 votes. Therefore, the votes which were casted all together were 45,442 votes. Our correct answer is A. In a certain school, 3/5 of the pupils are girls. On a day when 3/20 of the girls were absent, 153 girls were present. How many boys are there in the school? We can proceed to solution. We are told that in that certain school, 3/5 of the pupils are girls. Again, we are told that on a certain day when 3/20 of the girls were absent, 153 girls were present. We are asked the number of boys in that school. From there, we can first proceed to search for the fraction representing the number of girls who were absent. And for us to get the number of girls who were absent, in this case, it will be 3/20 of the fraction representing the total number of girls, which is 3/5. It will be 3/20. We multiply with 3/5. This will give us 9/100. Therefore, the fraction representing the girls who were absent in that certain day was 9/100. Again, we are told that on that day when 3/20 of the girls were absent, 153 girls were present. From there, we shall now proceed to search for the fraction representing the number of girls who were present on that day. And for us to get the fraction representing the number of girls who were present on that certain day, we are going to take the fraction representing the number of girls, which is 3/5. We subtract the fraction representing the number of girls who were absent in that certain day, which is 9 over 100. We shall now proceed to search for the LCM of 5 and 100, which is 100. 100 when we divide with 5 will give us 20. 20 when we multiply with 3 will give us 60. Minus 100 when we divide with 100 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with 9 will give us 9. We have 60, we subtract 9 to give us 51 over 100. Therefore, the fraction representing the girls who were present on that day was 51 over 100. And we are told that the girls who were present on that day were 153 girls. If this 51 over 100 represents 153 girls, we want to search for the total number of girls in that school. We shall now proceed as follows. Remember, we want to search for the total number of girls in that school. And we have found that the fraction representing the number of girls who were present on that day was 51 over 100. And this 51 over 100 is the same as 153 girls. The fraction representing the total number of girls in that school, we have found that it was 3 over 5. If 51 over 100 will give us 153 girls, what about 3 over 5 will give us how many girls? We shall cross multiply. It will be 3 over 5, we multiply with 153 and we multiply with 100 over 51. We can simplify by cancelling. By 51, 1. By 51, 3. By 5, 1. By 5, 20. We have 3 times 3 times 20. This will give us a total of 180 girls. And the fraction representing the total number of girls, we have found that it was 3 over 5. The rest in this case is the fraction representing boys. For us to get the rest, we are going to take 1 whole, we subtract 3 over 5. This will give us 2 over 5. Remember, we want to search for the number of boys in that school. And if 3 over 5, which is the fraction representing the number of girls, which is 180, what about our 2 over 5 will give us how many boys? We shall cross multiply. It will be 2 over 5, we multiply with 180 and we multiply with the reciprocal of 3 over 5, which is 5 over 3. We can simplify by cancelling. By 5, 1. By 5, 1. By 3, 1. By 3, 60. We have 2 times 60 to give us 120 boys. Therefore, the number of boys who were in that school was 120 boys. Our correct answer is A. At a certain function, there were 10,000 people. Of these, 3 over 20 were men, 2 over 5 were women, and the rest were children. How many more children than men were there? We can proceed to solution. We are told that in the function, the total number of people was 10,000 people. Out of these 10,000 people, 3/20 were men. Again, 2/5 were women. We are told that the rest were children. We are asked how many more children than men were there in the function. From there, we can first proceed to search for the number of men who were there in the function. And the number of men in this case, it will be the fraction representing men, which is 3/20. We multiply with the total number of people, which is 10,000 people. 3/20, when we multiply with the 10,000, we are going to get 1,500. Therefore, the number of men in this case, they were 1,500. From there now, we can now proceed to search for the fraction representing children. And we are told here the rest of the fraction were children. For us to get the rest here, we are first going to take the sum of the fraction represented by men and women. And the fraction representing men is 3/20. The fraction representing women is 2/5. We can proceed to take the sum as follows. We have 3/20, we had 2/5. The LCM of 20 and 5 will be 20. 20, when we divide with the 20, will give us 1. 1, when we multiply with the 3, will give us 3 plus 20, when we divide with the 5, will give us 4. 4, when we multiply with the 2, will give us 8. 3, when we add 8, we are going to get 11/20. And remember, we want to search for the rest of the fraction. We have found that the sum of the fraction representing men and women in our case is 11/20. We want to search for the rest of the fraction which will represent children. For us to get the rest of the fraction, we are going to take one whole, which is also 20/20. We subtract 11/20. 20/20, when we subtract 11/20, will give us 9/20. Therefore, in our case here, the fraction representing children will be 9/20. We want to search for the number of children. And for us to get the number of children, we are going to take the fraction representing children, which is 9/20. We multiply with the total number of people, which is 10,000 people. 9/20, when we multiply with the 10,000 people, we are going to get 4,500 children. And remember, we are asked how many more children than men were there. Therefore, we are going to take the difference in number of the children and the men. We have found that the number of children was 4,500 children. and we found that the number of men was 1,500. We can now proceed to take the difference. It will be 4,500. We subtract 1,500. We have said the difference will be 4,500. We subtract 1,500. 4,500, when we subtract 1,500, we are going to get 3,000. Therefore, the number of children who were there more than men were 3,000. In this case, our correct answer is B. Maina planted a quarter of his shamba with maize, a third with potatoes, and a half of the remainder with beans. The rest he planted sukuma wiki. What fraction of the shamba was planted with sukuma wiki? We can proceed to solution. In our question, we are told that Maina planted a quarter of his shamba with maize. He also planted a third of his shamba with potatoes. Again, Maina planted half of the remainder with beans. Finally, we are told that the rest he planted sukuma wiki. We are asked what fraction of the shamba did Maina plant with sukuma wiki. We can now proceed to search for the fraction of the shamba which Maina planted with sukuma wiki. We are first going to take the sum of the fraction Maina planted with maize and potatoes. Remember, the fraction representing maize is a quarter, and the fraction representing potatoes is a third. Therefore, the sum will be as follows. We have a quarter plus a third to give us 7/12. From there, we shall proceed to search for the remaining fraction. For us to get the remaining fraction, we are going to take one whole. We subtract the sum of the fraction Maina planted with maize and potatoes, which is 7/12. Therefore, it will be one whole. We subtract 7/12. 1, when we subtract 7/12, we are going to get 5/12. From there, we shall proceed to search for the fraction Maina planted with beans. And we are told that Maina planted half of the remainder with beans. Therefore, it will be half of the remainder, which is 5/12. We have 1/2. We multiply with 5/12 to give us 5/24. This 5/24 is the fraction which Maina planted with beans. We want to search for the fraction Maina planted with sukuma wiki. For us to get the rest of the fraction which Maina planted with sukuma wiki, we are first going to take the sum of the fractions Maina planted with maize, beans, and potatoes. It will be as follows. We have a third plus a quarter plus 5/24. The LCM of 3, 4, and 24 will be 24. 24 when we divide with 3 will give us 8. 8 when we multiply with 1 will give us 8. Plus 24 when we divide with 4 will give us 6. 6 when we multiply with 1 will give us 6. Plus 24 when we divide with 24 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with 5 will give us 5. We have 8 plus 6 plus 5 to give us 19 over 24. And remember, we want to search for the rest of the fraction which Maina planted sukuma wiki. For us to get the rest of the fraction, we are going to take 1 whole, we subtract 19 over 24. Remember, this 1 whole is the same as 24 over 24. Therefore, 1 whole when we subtract 19 over 24, we are going to get 5 over 24. The fraction which Maina planted with sukuma wiki, in our case here, we have found that it was 5 over 24. In our question, our correct answer is A. In a party, a third of the guests took orange juice, a sixth took lemon juice, and a fifth of the remainder took passion fruit juice. The rest took pineapple juice. If a pie chart was to be drawn to represent this information, what angle would represent the number of guests who took pineapple juice? We can proceed to solution. We are told that in the party, a third of the guests took orange juice. Then a sixth of the guests took lemon juice. We are also told that a fifth of the remainder, in this case, took passion fruit juice. Again, we are told that the rest took pineapple juice. We are asked if a pie chart was to be drawn, what angle would represent the number of guests who took the pineapple juice. From there, we can first proceed to search for the fraction representing the remainder of the guests who took the passion fruit juice. And for us to get the fraction which represents the remainder of the guests who took the passion juice, we are first going to take the sum of the fraction representing the guests who took the orange juice and the lemon juice. Remember, the guests who took the orange juice are represented by 1 over 3. The guests who took the lemon juice are represented by 1 over 6. We can now proceed to take the sum as follows. We have 1 over 3, we had 1 over 6. The LCM of 3 and 6 will give us 6. 6 when we divide with 3 will give us 2. 2 when we multiply with 1 will give us 2. Plus 6 when we divide with 6 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with 1 will give us 1. We have 2 plus 1 to give us 3 over 6. Remember, this fraction, which is 3 over 6, is the sum of the fraction representing the guest who took the orange juice and the lemon juice. We want to search for the fraction of the remainder. And for us to get the fraction of the remainder, we are going to take 1 whole. We subtract the sum of the fraction representing the guest who took the orange juice and the lemon juice. We have found that the sum of the fraction representing the guest who took the orange and the lemon juice was 3/6. Therefore, it will be 1. We subtract 3/6 to give us 3/6. Remember, this 1 here can be written as 6/6, and when we subtract 3/6 will give us 3/6. From there, we can now proceed to search for the fraction of the guests who took the passion fruit juice. And we are told that 1/5 of the remainder took passion fruit juice. We have found that our remainder here will be 3/6. Therefore, the fraction representing the guest who took the passion juice will be 1/5 of 3/6. We can now proceed as follows. And remember, we want to search for the fraction of the guests who took the passion juice. And we were told that the guests who took the passion juice were 1/5 of the remainder. And we have found that our remainder is 3/6. Therefore, it will be 1/5 of 3/6. This is the same as 1/5 we multiply with 3/6 to give us 3/30. When we simplify, we are going to get 1/10. Therefore, the fraction representing the guest who took the passion juice was 1/10. We want to search for the rest of the fraction which took pineapple juice. And for us to get the rest of the fraction of the guests who took pineapple juice, we are first going to take the sum of the fraction of the guests who took the orange juice, the lemon juice, and the passion juice. It will be 1/3. We had 1/6 and we had 1/10. The LCM will be 30. 30 when we divide with 3 will give us 10. 10 when we multiply with 1 will give us 10. Plus 30 when we divide with 6 will give us 5. 5 when we multiply with 1 will give us 5. Plus 30 when we divide with 10 will give us 3. 3 when we multiply with 1 will give us 3. 10 when we had 5 and we had 3, we are going to get 18/30. Remember, we want to search for the fraction representing the rest of the guests who took pineapple juice. And for us to get the fraction representing the rest of the guests who took pineapple juice, we are going to take 1 whole. We subtract the sum of the fraction of the guests who took the orange juice, lemon juice, and the passion juice. We have found that the sum is 18/30. Therefore, it will be 1 whole. We subtract 18/30. This 1 whole here, we can write it as 30 over 30, we subtract 18 over 30. This will give us 12 over 30. And this 12 over 30 here is the fraction of the guest who took the pineapple juice. We are asked if a pie chart was to be drawn, what angle would represent the number of guests who took the pineapple juice. We can now proceed to search for the angle which could represent the number of guests who took the pineapple juice. Remember, we have found that the fraction representing the guest who took the pineapple juice was 12 over 30. Then you know that a pie chart adds up to 360 degrees. In this case, if one whole is represented by 360 degrees, what about 12 over 30? And this one whole here, we can write it as 30 over 30. Therefore, we shall cross multiply. It will be 12 over 30. We multiply with 360 degrees and we multiply with 30 over 30. We can simplify by cancelling. By 30, 1 by 31. We can now multiply 12 with 360 degrees and we divide with 30. We can also simplify by cancelling as follows. By 3, 10, by 3, 4. By 2, 5, by 2, 2. We have 2, we multiply with 360 degrees and we divide with 5. 2, when we multiply with 360 degrees, we are going to get 720 degrees. We divide with 5 to give us 144 degrees. Therefore, the angle which could represent the number of guests who took the pineapple juice will be 144 degrees. Our correct answer is C. There are 60 benches in a hall. Each bench accommodates either 6 adults or 10 children. One day, 2 over 3 of the benches were occupied by children and the rest were occupied by adults. How many people altogether were seated in that hall that day? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that the hall has 60 benches. Then each bench accommodates either 6 adults or 10 children. Then in one day, 2 over 3 of the benches were occupied by children. The rest were occupied by adults. We are asked the number of people altogether who were seated in that hall that day. We can proceed to solution. We are told that the hall has 60 benches. We are told that each bench in our case here can either accommodate 6 adults or it can accommodate 10 children. Again, we are told that in one day, 2 over 3 of the benches were occupied by the children. We are told that the rest was occupied by the adults. We are asked the total number of people who were seated in that hall all together. From there, we can first proceed to search for the 2/3 of the total benches. We want to search for the number of benches which were occupied by the children. In our case, we are told that 2/3 of the benches were occupied by the children. We want to search for the value of 2/3 of the total benches, which is 60 benches. It will be 2/3 we multiply with the total number of benches, which is 60 benches. This will give us 40 benches. And these 40 benches were occupied by children. We can proceed to search for the rest of the benches which were occupied by the handouts. And for us to get the rest of the benches which were occupied by the handouts, we are going to take the total number of benches, which is 60. We subtract 40 benches which were occupied by children. It will be 60 benches. We subtract 40 benches to give us 20 benches. These 20 benches were occupied by handouts. We can now proceed to search for the number of children who sat in that hall. And the benches which were occupied by children in our case were 40 benches. We are told that each bench occupies 10 children. If one bench is occupied by 10 children, what about the 40 benches? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 40, we multiply with the 10 to give us 400 children. We can now proceed to search for the number of handouts who sat in that hall. And the benches which were occupied by handouts, we have found that they were 20 benches. Then one bench was occupied by 6 handouts. If one bench was occupied by 6 handouts, what about the 20 benches? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 20, we multiply with 6 to give us 120 handouts. Remember, we want to search for the total number of people who sat in that hall. It will be the number of children we had, the number of handouts. We have found that the number of children was 400 children and the number of handouts was 120. We can now take the sum as follows. We have 400, we had 120. 400 when we had 120 will give us 520 people. Therefore, the total number of people who sat in that hall were 520 people. Our correct answer is A. During a birthday party, 3/5 of the children present were girls. If there were 270 boys, how many girls were present. We can proceed to solution. We are told that during the birthday party, 3/5 of the children present were girls. We are also told that the number of boys who were present were 270 boys. We are asked the number of girls present. From there, we shall now first proceed to search for the fraction which represents the number of boys who were present. Remember, the number of girls is represented by 3/5. If, in our case here, the number of girls is represented by the fraction which is 3/5, what about the fraction which will represent boys? For us to get the fraction which will represent boys, we are going to take one whole. We subtract the fraction which represents girls, which is 3/5. Remember, this one whole is the same as 5/5. We subtract 3/5. This will give us 2/5. Therefore, the fraction representing the number of boys in our case here will be 2/5. And we are told that the number of boys was 270 boys. We want to search for the number of girls present. If this fraction, which is 2/5, gives us 270 boys, what about the fraction of girls will give us how many girls? We are saying we have 2/5, which is the fraction representing boys, which are 270. We want to search for the number of girls present who are represented by the fraction which is 3/5. We are going to cross multiply. It will be 3/5. We multiply with the 270 and we multiply with the reciprocal of 2/5, which is 5/2. We can simplify by cancelling. By 5, 1, by 5, 1. We have 3 times 270 divided by 2. We have 3, we multiply with the 270 and we divide with 2. This will give us the number of girls who are 405 girls. Therefore, the number of girls present were 405. Our correct answer is C. A businessman made a profit of 6,000 shillings. He saved a third of the profit and used 3/5 of the remainder for food and rent. He used the rest to improve the business. How much did he use to improve the business? We can first identify our key areas. We are told that the businessman made a profit of 6,000 shillings. Out of these 6,000 shillings, he saved a third of the profit. He finally used 3/5 of the remainder for food and rent. Then he used the rest to improve the business. We are asked the amount he used to improve the business. We can proceed to solution. We are told that the businessman made a profit of 6,000 shillings. Then he saved a third of the profit. We are told that he used 3/5 of the remainder on food and rent. We are also told that he used the rest of the amount to improve business. We are asked the amount he used to improve the business. From there, we can now first proceed to search for the amount the business man used in saving. And remember, we are told that the businessman saved a third of the profit. Therefore, the amount the businessman saved will be a third of the profit, which is 6,000 shillings. A third of 6,000 will give us 2,000 shillings. Therefore, the businessman saved 2,000 shillings. From there, we want to search for the remainder. The remainder here, we are going to take the total profit, which is 6,000 shillings. We subtract the amount the businessman used in saving, which is 2,000 shillings. 6,000, when we subtract 2,000, we are going to get 4,000 shillings. And remember, we are told that the businessman used 3/5 of the remainder on food and rent. We can now proceed to search for the amount which was used on food and rent. And the amount used in food and rent will be 3/5 of the remainder. And we have found that our remainder is 4,000 shillings. Therefore, it will be 3/5 of 4,000 shillings. Remember, we can simplify by cancelling. By 5, 1, by 5, 800. 3, when we multiply with 800, will give us 2,400 shillings. From there, we can now proceed to search for the amount the businessman used in improving the business. We have found that the amount which was used on food here was 2,400 shillings. Remember, these 2,400 shillings was the amount used in food and rent. Then the businessman saved 2,000 shillings. We want to search for the rest of the amount which was used in improving the business. Remember, the total profit was 6,000 shillings. And we want to search for the rest of the amount which was used in improving the business. We are first going to take the sum of the amount which was used on food and rent together with the amount which was used in saving. In food and rent, the amount was 2,400 shillings. Then he saved 2,000 shillings. We shall now take the sum as follows. We have 2,400 shillings. We had 2,000 shillings. This will give us a total of 4,400 shillings. And remember, we want to set for the rest of the amount which was used in improving the business. For us to get the rest of the amount used in improving the business, we are going to take 6,000 shillings. We subtract 4,400 shillings. 6,000 when we subtract 4,400 shillings, we are going to get 1,600 shillings. And this 1,600 shillings was the amount which was used in improving the business. Therefore, the amount which was used in improving the business was 1,600 shillings. Our correct answer is D. Onacha spent a ninth of his salary on food, 3/4 of the remainder on school fees, and the rest on leisure. If his salary was 5,400 shillings, how much money did he spend on leisure? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that Onanja spent a ninth of his salary on food. He also spent 3/4 of the remainder on school fees and the rest on leisure. His total salary was 5,400 shillings. We are asked the amount he spent on leisure. We can proceed to solution. We are told that Onanja spent a ninth of his salary on food. He also spent 3/4 of the remainder on school fees. Again, we are told that he spent the rest on leisure. We are also told that his total salary was 5,400 shillings. We are asked the amount he spent on leisure. From there, we can first proceed to search for the fraction representing the remainder. For us to get the fraction which represents the remainder, we are going to take one wool. We subtract the fraction which represents the food. And remember, the fraction representing the food is 1/9. Our one wool will be 9/9. We subtract 1/9. It will be as follows. We have 9/9. We subtract 1/9 to give us 8/9. This 8/9 here is the fraction representing the remainder. From there, we can now proceed to search for the fraction representing school fees. And we are told that in school fees he used 3/4 of the remainder. And we have found that the fraction representing our remainder is 8/9. Therefore, we can proceed to search for the value of 3/4 of the fraction representing the remainder, which is 8/9. It will be 3 over 4. We multiply with 8 over 9. We can simplify by cancelling. By 3, 1. By 3, 3. By 4, 1. By 4, 2. This will give us 2 over 3. Therefore, the fraction representing school fees in our case here will be 2 over 3. From there, we can now proceed to search for the fraction representing leisure. And for us to get the fraction representing the leisure, we are first going to search for the sum of the fraction representing the food and school fees. We found that the fraction representing the food is 1 over 9, and the fraction representing the school fees is 2 over 3. We can now take the sum as follows. We have 1 over 9, we had 2 over 3. The LCM of 9 and 3 will be 9. 9 when we divide with 9 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with 1 will give us 1 plus 9 when we divide with 3 will give us 3. 3 when we multiply with 2 will give us 6. We have 1 plus 6 to give us 7 over 9. And this 7 over 9 is the sum of the fraction representing food and school fees. We want to search for the rest of the fraction. And we are told that the rest of the fraction represents leisure. For us to get the rest of the fraction, we are going to take 1 wool. We subtract 7 over 9. This 1 wool here will be written as 9 over 9. We subtract 7 over 9. 9 over 9, when we subtract 7 over 9, in our case, will give us 2 over 9. We have found that the fraction representing leisure in our case here will be 2 over 9. And we are told that Onanja had a salary of 5,400 shillings. We are asked the amount spent on leisure. For us to get the amount spent on leisure, we are going to take 2 over 9 of the total salary. Therefore, it will be 2 over 9. We multiply with the salary, which is 5,400 shillings. We can simplify by cancelling. By 9, 1. By 9, 600. 2 when we multiply with 600 will give us 1,200 shillings. And this 1,200 shillings was the amount spent on leisure. We have found that the amount spent on leisure was 1,200 shillings. Our correct answer is C. A fundraising meeting for Jaco, Kabula, Masindu and Buko raised 108,000 shillings. Jaco got 3 times as much as Buko. Masindu got 2/3 of Jaco's share, while Kabula got half as much as Jaco. How much did Kabula receive? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that the fundraising meeting raised 108,000 shillings. Then Jako got 3 times as much as Buko. Masindu got 2/3 of Jaco's share, while Kabula got half as much as Jako. We are asked the amount which Kabula received. We can proceed to solution. The amount raised in the fundraising meeting, we are told that it was 108,000 shillings. Then in the fundraising, we had Jako, Kabula, Masindu, and Buko. In this case, we are told that Jako received 3 times as Buko. Again, Kabula received half of Jako. We are also told that Masindu in this case received 2/3 of Jako. Remember, we are not told what Buko received. Therefore, we are going to come up with an expression as follows. In this case, Buko will be represented by X. And if Buko is represented by X and we are told that Jako got 3 times as Buko, in this case, Jako, in our case, will receive 3 into brackets what Buko received, which is X. When we open our brackets, we are going to get 3X. Remember, this 3X represents Jaco's share. From there, we can now proceed to search for what Kabula received. And we are told that Kabula received half of Jako. We have found that the expression representing Jaco's amount is 3X. Therefore, Kabula's expression will be a half of 3X. This will give us 3/2X. From there, we can now proceed to search for the expression representing what Masindu received. And remember, we are told that Masindu received 2/3 of Jako, and we have found that Jako received 3X. Therefore, Masindu will be 2/3 of 3X to give us 2X. Remember this 3X plus X plus 3/2X plus 2X should give us the total amount, which is 108,000 shillings. From there, we can proceed to search for the value of X. In this case, we have X plus 3X plus 2X plus 3/2X should give us a total of 108,000 shillings. X plus 3X plus 2X plus 3/2X will give us 7.5X is equals to 108,000 shillings. Remember, we want to search for the value of X. We are going to change 7.5 into improper fraction. When changed into improper fraction, we are going to have 15/2X is equals to 108,000 shillings. In this case, our X will be 14,400 shillings. we want to search for the amount which was received by Kabula. And Kabula's expression, we found that it was 3/2x. And the value of x, we have found that it was 14,400 shillings. Therefore, Kabula's amount will be 3/2 into brackets x, which is 14,400 shillings. It will be 3/2, we multiply with 14,400 shillings. We can simplify by cancelling. By 2, 1, by 2, 7,200 shillings. 3, when we multiply with 7,200, we are going to get 21,600 shillings. Therefore, the amount which was received by Kabula in our case will be 21,600 shillings. Our correct answer is C. Sarah and Lucia shared a piece of cloth such that Lucia got 3 times as much as Sarah. What fraction of the cloth did Sarah get? We can proceed to solution. We have Sarah and Lucia. We are told that the two shared a piece of cloth. Then Lucia got 3 times as much as Sarah. In this case, Lucia, we are told that she got 3 times as much as Sarah. Remember, we are not told what Sarah got. Therefore, we are going to come up with an expression as follows. Let Sarah be represented with x. If Sarah got x, in this case, Lucia got 3 times as Sarah. Therefore, Lucia, in our case here, will receive 3 into brackets x. This will give us 3x. We have x plus 3x should give us 1 wool. We want now to search for the value of x. X plus 3x will give us 4x is equals to 1. And remember, we want to search for x. Therefore, we are going to divide with 4 both sides. X in this case will be 1/4. And x in our expression represents Sarah. Therefore, Sarah in this case received 1/4 of the piece of cloth. Our correct answer is D. Kaole, Mwasi, and Mbithe shared some money. Mwasi got 2/7 of the money and Mbithe got 2/3 of the remainder. What fraction of the money did Kaole receive? We can proceed to solution. In our case, we have Kaole, Mwasi, and Mbithe. We are told that Mwasi got 2/7 of the money, while Mbithe in this case got 2/3 of the remainder. We are asked the fraction of money which Kaole got. From there, we shall proceed first to search for the remainder of the fraction. For us to get the remainder of the fraction, we are going to take 1 wool. We subtract Mwasi's fraction, which is 2/7. Therefore, the remainder of the fraction in this case will be 1 whole. We subtract Mwasi's fraction, which is 2/7. This will give us 5/7. We want now to search for the Bithes fraction. Remember, we are told that Bithe got 2/3 of the remainder, and we have found that the remainder in this case is 5/7. Therefore, the fraction of money representing Bithe here will be 2/3 of the remainder, which is 5/7. It will be 2/3 we multiply with 5/7 to give us 10/21. Remember, we want to search for Kaole's fraction. For us to get the fraction representing Kaole's amount of money, we are going to take the sum representing Bithe's fraction and Mwasi's fraction. Remember, we have found that Mwasi received 2/7, and Bithe's fraction, we have found that it is 10/21. We can now take the sum of the fraction representing the amount of money which Bithe and Mwasi received. In this case, it will be 10/21. We had 2/7. The LCM of 21 and 7 will be 21. 21 when we divide with the 21 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with the 10 will give us 10. Plus 21 when we divide with the 7 will give us 3. 3 when we multiply with the 2 will give us 6. We have 10 plus 6 to give us 16/21. And remember, we want to search for the fraction representing the amount of money which Kaole received. For us to get the fraction representing the amount of money which Kaole received, we are going to take 1 whole. We subtract 16/21. This will give us 5/21. Therefore, the fraction representing the amount of money which was received by Kaole, we have found that it will be 5/21. Our correct answer will be C. Muli spent 3/10 of his salary on food and 2/5 on rent. He was left with 2,100 shillings. What was his salary? We can proceed to solution. We are told that Muli spent 3/10 of his salary on food. He also spent 2/5 of his salary on rent. Muli remained with the 2,100 shillings. We are asked Muli's salary. For us to get Muli's salary, we are first going to take the sum of the fraction representing what Muli spent on food and rent. We are told that on food, Muli spent 3/10 of his salary, and on rent, Muli spent 2/5 of his salary. Therefore, the sum of the fraction Muli spent on food and rent will be as follows. We have 3 over 10. We had 2 over 5. The LCM of 10 and 5 will be 10. 10 when we divide with the 10 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with the 3 will give us 3. Plus 10 when we divide with the 5 will give us 2. 2 when we multiply with the 2 will give us 4. We have 3 plus 4 to give us 7 over 10. From there, we shall proceed to search for the rest of the fraction. And the rest of the fraction will be 1 whole we subtract 7 over 10. This 1 whole here is the same as 10 over 10. Therefore, 1 whole when we subtract 7 over 10 will give us 3 over 10. Remember, this fraction, which is 3 over 10, represents what Molly was left with. And in shillings, we are told that Molly was left with 2,100 shillings. We want to search for Molly's salary. In this case, if 3 over 10 is equals to 2,100 shillings, what about 1 whole? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 1 whole we multiply with the 2,100 and we multiply with the 10 over 3. We can simplify by cancelling. By 3, 1, by 3, 700. We have 700, we multiply with the 10 to give us 7,000. Therefore, Molly's salary in our case here, we have found that it was 7,000 shillings. Our correct answer is D. Amina shared money among her 3 children. The first got her third, while the second got her quarter of the money. The third got half of what remained. Amina was left with 1,500 shillings. How much money had she before it was shared? We can proceed to solution. We are told that Amina gave the first child a third of the money. He also gave the second child a quarter of the money. Then the third child, in our case here, we are told that she received half of what remained. Finally, we are told that Amina was left with 1,500 shillings. We are asked the amount of money Amina had before it was shared. In this case, we don't know the total amount of money. Therefore, we are going to say let the total amount of money in this case be represented with X. From there, we can proceed to search for the amount of money which was received by the first child. And remember, the first child was given a third of the money. And we have said that let the total amount of money be represented with X. Therefore, the amount received by the first child will be a third of the total amount, which is X. A third of X will give us a third X. We can now proceed to search for the amount of money which was given to the second child. and the second child, we are told that received a quarter of the money. Therefore, the amount of money received by the second child will be a quarter of the total amount of money, which is x. A quarter of x will give us a quarter x. From there, we can proceed to search for the sum of the amount of money received by the first and the second child. Remember, we have found that the first child received a third x, while the second child received a quarter x. We have a third x plus a quarter x. A third x plus a quarter x will give us 7/12 x. From there, we want to search for the amount of money received by the third child. And we are told that in this case, the third child received half of what remained. Therefore, we are first going to search for what remained. For us to know the amount of money which remained in this case, we are going to take one wool. We subtract the sum of the amount of money given to the first and the second child. It will be 1 wool, we subtract 7/12 x. This will give us 5/12 x. And we are told that the third child, in our case here, received half of what remained. Therefore, the third child in this case received half of what remained, which is 5/12 x. Half of 5/12 x will give us 5/24 x. Therefore, the third child in our case here, we have found that received 5/24 x. From there, we want to search for the rest of the amount of money which remained. We are going to combine the amount of money which was received by the first child, second child, and the third child. We found that the first child received a third x, plus the second child received a quarter x, while the third child received 5/24 x. We can now proceed to search for the LCM of 3, 4, and 24, which is 24. 24, when we divide with 3, will give us 8. 8, when we multiply with 1, will give us 8x, plus 24, when we divide with 4, will give us 6. 6, when we multiply with 1x, will give us 6x, plus 24, when we divide with 24, will give us 1. 1, when we multiply with 5x, will give us 5x. We have 8x plus 6x plus 5x to give us 19/24 x. We have 19/24 x. And remember, we want to search for the rest of the amount. The rest of the amount, in this case, we have said that it will be 1 wool, we subtract 19/24 x. 1 wool, when we subtract 19/24 x, we are going to get 5/24 x. Remember, this is the fraction representing the remaining amount. And remember, we were told that Amina in our case was left with 1,500 shillings. And the fraction representing the amount of money which was left is 5/24x. This 5/24x in our case here represents the amount of money which was left with Amina, which is 1,500 shillings. We want to search for the amount of money Amina had before she started giving out. If 5/24x will give us 1,500 shillings, what about one whole? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 1, we multiply with 1,500 and we multiply with 24/5. In this case, 1,500 when we multiply with the 24, we are going to get 36,000 shillings, where we are going to divide with 5. 36,000 when we divide with 5, we are going to get 7,200 shillings. Therefore, the amount of money Amina had before she started giving out was 7,200 shillings. In our case here, our correct answer is C. A pupil intends to add the fractions 2/7, 3/8, and 5/6. Which one of the following numbers should she choose as the least common denominator? We can proceed to solution. We are told that the pupil intends to add the fractions which are 2/7, 3/8, and 5/6. We are asked which of the following numbers should she choose as the least common denominator. For us to get the least common denominator the pupil should choose, we are going to search for the LCM of the denominators. And the denominators of our fractions, we have 7, 8, and 6. Therefore, we are going to search for the LCM of 7, 8, and 6. It will be as follows. We are going to search for the least numbers which can either divide 7, 8, and 6. In our case, we are going to start with 2. 2 will divide 8 and 6. 2, when it divides 8, we are going to get 4. 6, when we divide with the 2, we are going to get 3. 7 cannot be divided by 2, therefore we are going to retain our 7. In our case here, we are also going to divide with 2. 2 will divide 4. 4 divided by 2 will give us 2. 7 and 3 cannot be divided by 2, therefore we are going to retain 7 and 3. We have 2 in this case. We are also going to divide with 2 for us to get 1 when we take 2 divided by 2. Again, 3 and 7 cannot be divided by 2, therefore we are going to retain 3 and 7. Remember, in LCM we divide until we get 1 in the last columns. Therefore, we are going to divide with 3 to get 1. 3 will divide 3 to give us 1. We have 7. It will be 7 we divide with 7 to give us 1. The LCM in this case will be 2. We multiply with the 2, we multiply with the 2, we multiply with 3, and finally we multiply with 7. 2 when we multiply with the 2, and we multiply with the 2, and we multiply with the 3 together with the 7. In this case we are going to get 168. Therefore, the least common denominator will be 168. Our correct answer is C. Moraa shared some money among her 4 children, Muta, Somo, Duta, and Haroya. Muta got a third of the money while Somo got half of the remainder. The rest was shared equally between Duta and Haroya. What fraction of the money did Haroya get? We can proceed to solution. We are told that Moraa shared some money among her 4 children, which were Muta, Somo, Duta, and Haroya. We are told that Muta got a third of the money. In this case, we are also told that Somo got half of the remainder. Again, we are told that the rest was shared equally among Duta and Haroya. We are asked the fraction of money which Haroya got. We can now proceed to search for the fraction of money which Haroya got. We are first going to search for the remaining fraction. Remember, we are told that Muta got a third of the amount. Then Somo got half of the remainder. We want to search for the remainder. For us to get the remainder, we are going to take one whole. We subtract the fraction which represents Muta's amount. Remember, the fraction which represents Muta's amount will be a third. It will be one whole. We subtract a third to give us 2/3. We want to search for the fraction representing Somo's amount. And we are told that Somo got half of the remainder. We have found that our remainder will be 2/3. Therefore, the fraction representing the amount of money which Somo got will be half of the remainder, which is 2/3. This will give us 1/3. From there, we shall proceed to take the sum of the fraction representing the amount of money which Muta and Somo got. Remember, we found that Muta got a third of the money and Somo also got a third of the money. The sum of the fraction representing Muta and Somo's amount will be a third. We had a third to give us 2/3. We shall now proceed to search for the rest of the fraction. For us to get the rest of the fraction, we are going to take 1 whole. We subtract the sum of the fraction representing Muta and Somo, which is 2/3. Therefore, it will be 1 whole. We subtract 2/3. This will give us 1/3. The fraction representing the rest, in our case, we have found that it will be 1/3. And we are told that the rest, in our case, was shared equally between Duta and Haroya. Therefore, this rest of the fraction, which is a third, was shared equally by Duta and Haroya. We are asked the fraction of money which was received by Haroya. For us to get the fraction of money which was received by Haroya, we are going to take the rest of the fraction, which is a third, we divide with 2. Therefore, it will be 1/3, we divide with 2/1. It will be 1/3, we multiply with half. This will give us 1/6. Therefore, the fraction of money which Haroya got in this case will be 1/6. Our correct answer is B. A farmer used half of her land for planting maize, a fifth for planting beans, and a third of the remainder for grazing, and the rest for horticulture. If the farmer used 10 hectares for grazing, how much land does she have? We can proceed to solution. We are told that the farmer used half of her land for planting maize. The farmer also used a fifth of her land for planting beans. He also used a third of the remainder for grazing. Again, we are told that the rest of the fraction he used it for horticulture. Then we are also told that the farmer used 10 hectares for grazing. We are asked how much land does the farmer have. We can now proceed first to take the sum of the fraction representing the area which was occupied by maize and beans. Remember, he used half of his land for maize and a fifth for planting beans. We can now take the sum as follows. We have a half, we had a fifth. A half, when we had a fifth, we are going to get 7/10. Remember, this 7/10 is the sum of the fraction which the farmer used on planting maize and beans. From there, we can proceed to search for the remaining fraction. And for us to get our remaining fraction here, we are going to take 1 whole, we subtract 7/10. Remember, this 1 whole here is the same as 10/10. 1 whole, when we subtract 7/10, we are going to get 3/10. This 3/10 is the fraction which remained. We can now proceed to search for the fraction which was used on grazing. And on grazing, we are told that the farmer used a third of the remainder. We have found that the fraction representing the remainder is 3/10. Therefore, the fraction representing the land which was used on grazing will be a third of the remaining fraction, which is 3/10. This will give us 1/10. And this 1/10 is the fraction which the farmer spent on grazing. We want to search for the total land of the farmer. Again, we are also told that the farmer used 10 hectares on grazing. And we have found that the fraction representing the land which was used on grazing in our case was 1/10. Therefore, if 1/10 represents 10 hectares, what about 1 wool? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 1 wool, we multiply with the 10 and we multiply with the reciprocal of 1/10, which is 10/1. 1, when we multiply with the 10 and we multiply with the 10, we are going to get 100 hectares. Therefore, the total land of the farmer in this case will be 100 hectares. In our question, our correct answer is A. At a film show, a fifth of the attendants were boys while a quarter were girls. 2/5 of the remainder were men and the rest were women. What fraction of the total attendants were women? We can proceed to solution. We are told that in the film show, a fifth of the attendants were boys. Again, a quarter of the attendants were girls. We are also told that 2/5 of the remainder were men. And we are told that the rest were women. We are asked what fraction of the total attendants were women. From there, we can proceed first to take the sum of the fraction representing the boys' attendants and the girls' attendants. Remember, we are told that a fifth of the attendants were boys and a quarter of the attendants were girls. We want now to take the sum of a fifth and a quarter. It will be 1/5. We had 1/4. A fifth, when we had a quarter, we are going to get 9/20. From there, we shall now proceed to search for the remaining fraction. And our remaining fraction in this case will be 1 wool. We subtract 9/20. This 1 wool here is the same as 20/20. 1 wool, when we subtract 9/20, we are going to get 11/20. This 11/20 is the remaining fraction. From there, we shall proceed to search for the fraction of the attendants which represents men. And we are told that 2/5 of the remainder were men. We have found that the remainder will be 11/20. Therefore, the fraction representing men will be 2/5 of the remainder, which is 11 over 20. It will be 2 over 5 we multiply with 11 over 20. 2 over 5 when we multiply with 11 over 20, we are going to get 11 over 50. Therefore, the fraction representing men attendance in our case will be 11 over 50. From there, we shall proceed to search for the fraction representing women attendance. And for us to get the fraction representing women attendance, we are first going to search for the sum of the fraction representing boys, girls, and men. It will be 1 over 5, we had 1 over 4, and we had 11 over 50. The LCM of 5, 4, and 50 will be 100. 100 when we divide with 5 will give us 20. 20 when we multiply with 1 will give us 20. Plus 100 when we divide with 4 will give us 25. 25 when we multiply with 1 will give us 25. Plus 100 when we divide with 50 will give us 2. 2 when we multiply with 11 will give us 22. We have 20 plus 25 plus 22 to give us 67 over 100. Remember, we want to search for the fraction representing women attendance. And for us to get the fraction representing women attendance, we are going to take one whole. We subtract the sum of the fraction representing boys, girls, and men attendance, which is 67 over 100. Therefore, it will be one whole. We subtract 67 over 100. One whole, when we subtract 67 over 100, we are going to get 33 over 100. Therefore, the fraction representing women attendance in our case will be 33 over 100. In our question, our correct answer will be D. In a meeting, 3 over 5 of the attendants were women. A quarter of the remainder were men, and the rest were children. There were 80 men in that meeting. How many children were there? We can proceed to solution. We are told that in the meeting, 3 over 5 of the attendants were women. Again, a quarter of the remainder were men. Then we are finally told that the rest were children. We are also told that the men in this case, they were 80 men. We are asked the number of children who were there in the meeting. From there, we can first proceed to search for the fraction which represents the number of men which were there in the meeting. And remember, we are told that a quarter of the remainder were men. Therefore, our first step, we are going to search for the remaining fraction. And for us to get the remaining fraction, in this case, we are going to take one whole. We subtract the fraction representing the women who were there in the meeting. And remember, the fraction representing the women is 3 over 5. Therefore, the remainder, which is also the remaining fraction, will be 1 whole. We subtract 3/5. 1 whole, when we subtract 3/5, we are going to get 2/5. We want to search for the fraction representing men who attended the meeting. And we are told that a quarter of the remainder were men. Therefore, the fraction representing men in this case will be a quarter of the remainder, which is 2/5. A quarter of 2/5 will give us 1/10. Therefore, the fraction representing men who attended the meeting in this case is 1/10. From there, we can proceed to take the sum of the fraction representing women and men who attended the meeting. Remember, the fraction representing women in this case was 3/5. We had 1/10, which is the fraction representing men who attended. 3/5, when we had 1/10, we are going to get 7/10. From there, we shall proceed to search for the rest of the fraction which represents children. And for us to get the rest of the fraction which represents children, in our case, we are going to take 1 whole. We subtract the sum of the fraction which represents women and men, which is 7/10. Therefore, it will be 1 whole. We subtract 7/10 to give us 3/10. And this 3/10 is the fraction representing children who were there in the meeting. And we are told that the men who attended the meeting, they were 80 men. And we found that the fraction representing the men who attended the meeting was 1/10. Therefore, if 1/10, which is the fraction representing the men who attended the meeting, who were 80 men, what about the number of children who attended the meeting? We found that the fraction representing the children who attended the meeting was 3/10. We want to search for the number of children who attended the meeting. And in this case, if 1/10 represents 80 men, what about 3/10 will give us how many children? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 3/10. We multiply with 80 and we multiply with 10/1. We can simplify by cancelling. By 10, 1, by 10, 1. We have 3, we multiply with 80 to give us 240 children. Therefore, the number of children who were there in the meeting was 240 children. In our case, our correct answer is B. Her teacher had a certain number of books. She gave a third of the books to John and a quarter to Lucy. She also gave 1/10 of the remaining books to Patel. If the teacher was left with 18 books, how many books had she given to Lucy? We can proceed to solution. We are told that the teacher gave a third of the books to John. The teacher also gave a quarter of the books to Lucy. The teacher also gave 1/10 of the remaining books to Patel. Again, we are told that the teacher was left with 18 books. We are asked the number of books which was given to Lucy. We can first proceed to take the sum of the fraction representing the books which were given to John and Lucy. Remember, John was given a third of the books and Lucy was given a quarter of the books. Therefore, the sum of their fractions will be as follows. We have a third plus a quarter to give us 7/12. From there, we shall proceed to search for the remaining fraction. And for us to get the remaining fraction in this case, we are going to take 1 whole, we subtract 7/12. This will give us 5/12. From there, we shall proceed to search for the fraction representing the books which were given to Patel. Remember, we are told that Patel was given 1/10 of the remaining books. Therefore, it will be 1/10 of the remaining fraction, which is 5/12. This will give us 5/120. Remember, we want to search for the number of books which were given to Lucy. We can now proceed to search for the sum of the fraction representing the books which were given to Lucy, John, and Patel. We want to search for the sum of the fraction representing the number of books which were given to Lucy, John, and Patel. It will be 1/3. We had 1/4 and we had 5/120. The LCM of 3, 4, and 120 will be 120. 120 when we divide with 3 will give us 40. 40 when we multiply with 1 will give us 40, plus 120 when we divide with 4 will give us 30. 30 when we multiply with 1 will give us 30, plus 120 when we divide with 120 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with 5 will give us 5. We have 40 plus 30 plus 5 to give us 75/120. From there, we want to search for the rest of the fraction. For us to get the rest of the fraction, we are going to take 1 whole. We subtract the sum of the fraction representing Lucy, John, and Patel. It will be 1 whole. We subtract 75/120. This will give us 45/120. We have 45/120 to give us the rest of the fraction. And remember, this rest of the fraction represents the books which were left with the teacher. We are told that the teacher was left with 18 books. Therefore, 45/120 represents 18 books. We want to search for the number of books which were given to Lucy. And the books given to Lucy are represented by 1/4. If 45/120 will give us 18 books, what about 1/4? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 1/4 we multiply with 18 and we multiply with 120/45. We can simplify by cancelling. By 4, 1, by 4, 30. By 9, 2, by 9, 5. By 5, 1, by 5, 6. We have 2 times 6 to give us 12 books. Therefore, the books which were given to Lucy, in this case, we have found that they were 12 books. In our question, our correct answer is C. Her tailor made 48 pieces of uniform. Half of the number of the uniforms was each made using 1¼ meters of the material. 1/4 of the remainder was each made using 1½ meters of the material, and the rest was made using 1/3/4 meters of the material. The tailor also fixed her logo made using 1/16 meters of material on each uniform. How many meters of material did the tailor use? We can first identify our key areas. We are told that the pieces of the uniform were 48 pieces. Half of these 48 pieces were made using 1¼ meters of the material. Then 1/4 of the remainder was each made using 1½ meters of the material, while the rest was made using 1/3/4 meters of the material. The tailor also fixed her logo using 1/16 meters of the material on each uniform. We are asked how many meters of material did the tailor use. We can now proceed to solution. The total pieces of uniform, they were 48 pieces. Again, we are told that half of the number of uniforms in this case were made each using 1¼ meters. Again, we are also told that 1/4 of the remainder of the uniforms in this case were each made using 1½ meters. We are told that the rest of the uniforms were made using each 1/3/4 meters. Then the tailor also fixed her logo, in this case in each uniform. Then he used 1/16 of the material on each uniform. We are asked the total meters of the material which the tailor used. From there, we shall now proceed first to search for the number of uniforms which were made using 1¼ meters. Remember, we are told that half of the uniforms were made using 1¼ meters. Therefore, the number of uniforms which were made using 1.25 meters will be a half of the total pieces of uniform, which is 48 pieces. A half of 48 will give us 24 pieces of uniform. And in these 24 pieces of uniform, each piece was made using 1.25 meters. Therefore, from there we shall now proceed to search for the meters of the material which was used to make these 24 pieces of uniform. And remember, each piece we are told that it was made using 1.25 meters. If one piece was made using 1.25 meters, what about our 24 pieces? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 24, we multiply with 5/4 and we multiply with 1. This will give us 30 meters. Therefore, the meters of the material which were used to make these 24 pieces of uniform, each 1.25 meters, were 30 meters. From there, we can now proceed to search for the 1/4 of the remainder of the uniforms. We can first search for the remainder of the uniforms. And the remainder of the uniforms, in this case, we are going to take the total pieces of uniform, which is 48, we subtract 24. This will give us 24. Remember, we are told that 1/4 of the remainder were each made using 1.25 meters. Therefore, 1/4 of the remainder, which is 24, will give us 6 pieces of uniform. Then these 6 pieces of uniform were each made using 1.25 meters. We can now proceed to search for the meters of the material which were used to make the 6 pieces of uniform. We are told that one piece was made using 1.25 meters, which is the same as 1.5. Therefore, if one piece was made using 1.5, what about the 6 pieces? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 6, we multiply with 1.5. 6, when we multiply with 1.5, will give us 9 meters. From there, we can now proceed to search for the rest of the uniforms. For us to get the rest of the uniforms, we are going to take the total pieces of the uniforms, which is 48, we subtract 24 and we subtract 6. 48, when we subtract 24 and we subtract 6, we are going to get 18 uniforms. Remember, these 18 uniforms in our case represent the rest of the pieces of the uniform which were made using 1/3/4 meters each. From there, we can proceed to search for the meters of the material which were used to make the 18 pieces. Remember, the 18 pieces are the pieces of uniform which represent the rest. Therefore, we shall proceed as follows. Each piece in this case, we are told that it was made using 1/3/4 meters. This 1/3/4 meters, when changed into improper fraction, will be 7/4. Therefore, if one piece was made using 7/4 meters, what about 18 pieces? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 18, we multiply with 7/4 and we multiply with 1. This will give us 31.5 meters. From there, we shall proceed to search for the meters of the material which were used in making the logo. And we are told that each logo in this case used 1/16 meters, and the logos were put in the 48 pieces of uniform. If one logo in this case used 1/16 meters, what about the 48 pieces? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 48, we multiply with 1/16 and we multiply with 1. This will give us 3 meters. And remember, these 3 meters are the meters of the material which were used in making the logo. Remember, we are asked the total meters used. The total meters used will be 30 meters, we had 9 meters, we had 31.5 meters, and we had 3 meters. This will give us a total of 73.5 meters. Therefore, the meters of the material which were used were 73.5 meters. Our correct answer is A. Jane gave money to her 3 children. She gave a third of the total amount to the first child and 2/5 of the remainder to the second child. She was then left with 2,400 shillings which she gave to the third child. How much money did she give out all together? We can proceed to solution. We are told that Jane gave a third of the total amount to her first child. Again, Jane gave 2/5 of the remainder to the second child. Then Jane was left with 2,400 shillings which she gave to the third child. We are asked the amount of money which was given out all together. From there, we shall now proceed to search for the fraction of the amount of money which was given to the second child. We are first going to search for the remainder of the fraction. For us to get the remainder of the fraction, we are going to take 1 whole, we subtract 1/3, which is the fraction representing the amount of money which was given to the first child. Therefore, it will be 1 whole, we subtract the fraction given to the first child, which is 1/3. 1 whole, when we subtract a third, we are going to get 2/3. From there, we have found that the remaining fraction in this case was 2/3. We can now proceed to search for the fraction of money given to the second child. And we are told that the second child in this case got 2/5 of the remainder. Remember, the remainder here is the remaining fraction, which is 2/3. Therefore, the fraction of the second child in this case will be 2/5 of the remaining fraction, which is also the remainder, which is 2/3. It will be 2/5. We multiply with the 2/3 to give us 4/15. Remember, this 4/15 is the fraction representing the amount of money which was given to the second child. And we have found that the fraction was 4/15. From there, we shall now proceed to search for the rest of the fraction which was given to the third child. For us to get the rest of the fraction, we are first going to take the sum of the fraction of the amount of money given to the first and the second child. In this case, it will be 1/3. We had 4/15. The LCM of 3 and 15 will be 15. 15 when we divide with 3 will give us 5. 5 when we multiply with 1, we are going to get 5, plus 15 when we divide with 15, we are going to get 1. 1 when we multiply with 4 will give us 4. 5 plus 4 will give us 9/15. And remember, we want to search for the rest of the fraction. For us to get the rest of the fraction, we are going to take 1 whole. We subtract 9/15, which is the sum of the fraction representing the first and the second child. This 1 whole here is the same as 15/15. Therefore, 1 whole when we subtract 9/15 will give us 6/15. We have 6/15, which is the fraction representing the amount of money which was given to the third child. And in shillings, we are told that the third child in this case received 2,400 shillings. We are asked the amount of money altogether which was given out. If 6/15 represents 2,400 shillings, what about 1 whole? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 1, we multiply with the 2,400 and we multiply with 15/6. We can simplify by cancelling. By 6, 1, by 6, 400. We have 400. We multiply with 15 to give us 6,000 shillings. Therefore, the amount of money altogether which was given out was 6,000 shillings. Our correct answer is B. Wadere used 1/8 of his plot of land as homestead, a third for flowers and a quarter for Napier grass. He also used the remainder for vegetables. If the area of the vegetables was 280 square meters, what was the area for flowers? We can proceed to solution. We are told that Wadere used a eighth of his plot on Homestead. He also used a third of his plot on flowers. Wadere also used a quarter of his plot on Napier grass. Then he used the remainder for vegetables. We are told that the area for vegetables was 280 square meters. We are asked the area for flowers. We can first proceed to take the sum of the fraction representing the plots which were used on Homestead, flowers, and Napier grass. Remember, the fraction representing Homestead was 1/8. The fraction representing flowers was a third, and the fraction representing Napier grass was a quarter. We can take the sum of the fractions as follows. We have a eighth plus a third plus a quarter. A eighth, when we had a third and we had a quarter, we are going to get 17/24. From there, we can proceed to search for the remaining fraction. And for us to get the remaining fraction, we are going to take 1 whole. We subtract 17/24. 1 whole, when we subtract 17/24, we are going to get 7/24. This 7/24 is the fraction representing vegetables. And we are told that the area which was used in vegetables was 280 square meters. We are asked the area which was occupied by flowers. We can now proceed to search for the area which was occupied by flowers. And for us to get the area which was occupied by flowers, we are first going to use the fraction which represents the vegetables together with the area which was occupied by the vegetables. Remember, the fraction representing vegetables, we have found that it was 7/24. And the area which was occupied by vegetables was 280 square meters. In this case, the fraction which represents flowers, we found that it was a third. Therefore, if 7/24 in this case represents 280 square meters, what about 1/3? We shall cross multiply. It will be a third. We multiply with the 280 and we multiply with the reciprocal of 7/24, which is 24/7. We can simplify by cancelling. By 7, 1, by 7, 40. By 3, 1, by 3, 8. We have 40. We multiply with 8 to give us 320 square meters. The area which was occupied by flowers, in this case, we have found that it was 320 square meters. In our question, our correct answer is C. Tuko spent a third of his money on school uniforms, a quarter on books, and 2/3 of the remainder on food, and saved the rest. What total fraction of his money did he save and spend on books? We can proceed to solution. We are told that Tuku spent a third of his money on school uniform. Again, Tuku spent a quarter of his money on books. He also spent 2/3 of the remainder on food. Again, we are told that he saved the rest. We are asked the total fraction of his money which he spent on saving and on books. From there, we can first proceed to take the sum of the fraction which Tuku spent on school uniform and on books. And on school uniform, we are told that Tuku spent a third. Again, on books, he spent a quarter. We can now take the sum of a third and a quarter. 1/3, when we add 1/4, in our case, we are going to get 7/12. From there, we can proceed to search for the remaining fraction. And for us to get the remaining fraction, we are going to take 1 whole. We subtract the sum of the fraction which was spent on school uniform and books, which is 7/12. 1 whole, when we subtract 7/12, we are going to get 5/12. This 5/12 represents the remaining fraction. From there, we shall now proceed to search for the fraction which was spent on food. And on food, we are told that Tuku spent 2/3 of the remainder. We have found that our remaining fraction is 5/12. Therefore, the fraction which Tuku spent on food will be 2/3 of the remaining fraction, which is 5/12. It will be 2/3 we multiply with 5/12. 2/3 when we multiply with 5/12 will give us 5/18. From there, we have found that the fraction which Tuku spent on food here, we have found it was 5/18. From there, we can now proceed to search for the fraction representing the rest. For us to get the fraction representing the rest, we are first going to search for the sum of the fraction which was spent on school uniform and books together with food. Remember, on school uniform he spent a third, on books he spent a quarter, and on food we have found that he spent 5/18. The LCM of 3, 4 and 18 will be 36. 36 when we divide with 3 will give us 12. 12 when we multiply with 1 will give us 12, plus 36 when we divide with 4 will give us 9. 9 when we multiply with 1 will give us 9, plus 36 when we divide with 18 will give us 2. 2 when we multiply with 5 will give us 10. We have 12 plus 9 plus 10 to give us 31 over 36. Remember, we want to search for the rest of the fraction. In this case, the rest of the fraction will be 1 whole. We subtract 31 over 36. Remember, this 1 whole here is the same as 36 over 36. Therefore, 1 whole, when we subtract 31 over 36, we are going to get 5 over 36. And in our question, we are asked the sum of the fraction which is spent on saving and on books. We have found that the fraction which is spent on saving was 5 over 36, and the fraction spent on books was a quarter. We can now proceed to take the sum of the fraction spent on saving and on books. It will be 5 over 36. We had a quarter. The LCM of 36 and 4 will be 36. 36, when we divide with 36, will give us 1. 1, when we multiply with 5, will give us 5. Plus 36, when we divide with 4, will give us 9. 9, when we multiply with 1, will give us 9. We have 5 plus 9 to give us 14 over 36. We can simplify it by cancelling to get 7 over 18. Therefore, the fraction which represented the saving together with the books was 7 over 18. In our case here, our correct answer will be A. Her mother shared part of her money to 3 children. We have Senda, Mila, and Kilo. Mila received her third, while Kilo received her fifth of the money. Senda received half of the remainder. What fraction of the money was shared out? We can proceed to solution. We are told that mother shared part of her money to 3 children, which were Senda, Mila, and Kilo. We are told that Mila received her third, while Kilo received her fifth of the money. We are told that Senda, in our case here, received half of the remainder. We are asked the fraction of money which was shared out. For us to get the fraction of money which was shared out, we are going to take the sum of the fraction of money which was given to Senda, Mila, and Kilo. From there, we can proceed first to take the sum of the fraction representing the amount of money which was given to Mila and Kilo. And we are told that Mila received her third. Then Kilo received her fifth of the money. The sum will be as follows. We have her third, we had her fifth. Her third, when we had her fifth, we are going to get 8 over 15. From there, we can proceed to search for the fraction which remained. And our remaining fraction in this case will be 1 whole. We subtract 8 over 15. Remember, this 8 over 15 is the sum of the fraction representing the amount which was given to Miller and Kilo. This one wool here will be the same as 15 over 15. Therefore, one wool, when we subtract 8 over 15, we are going to get 7 over 15. From there, we want to search for the fraction representing the amount of money which was received by sender. And we are told that sender received half of the remainder. We have found that the remaining fraction is 7 over 15. Therefore, the fraction representing sender's amount of money will be half of the remainder, which is 7 over 15. It will be 1 over 2 we multiply with 7 over 15. This will give us 7 over 30. This 7 over 30 is the fraction representing the amount of money which was received by sender. From there, we are asked the fraction of money which was shared out. For us to get the fraction of money which was shared out, we are going to take the sum of the fraction which was received by sender, Miller, and Kilo. From there, we can now proceed to take the sum of their fractions. We have found that in this case, Miller received a third. Kilo received a fifth of the money, while sender in this case received 7 over 30. We can now take the sum of their fractions as follows. We have a third, we had 1 over 5, and finally we had 7 over 30. The LCM of 3, 5, and 30 will be 30. 30 when we divide with 3 will give us 10. 10 when we multiply with 1 will give us 10. Plus 30 when we divide with 5 will give us 6. 6 when we multiply with 1 will give us 6. Plus 30 when we divide with 30 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with 7 will give us 7. We have 10 plus 6 plus 7 to give us 23 over 30. Therefore, the fraction which was shared out in this case will be 23 over 30. In our question here, our correct answer is D. A vendor sold 2 over 5 of fruits to motorists and a quarter to students. He also sold 3 over 7 of the remaining fruits to others. If the vendor was left with 168 fruits, how many fruits were sold to students? We can proceed to solution. We are told that the vendor sold 2 over 5 of the fruits to motorists. Again, the vendor sold a quarter of the fruits to students. The vendor also sold 3 over 7 of the remaining fruits to others. The vendor was left with 168 fruits. We are asked the number of fruits which were sold to students. From there, we can proceed first to take the sum of the fraction representing the fruits which were sold to motorists and students. The fraction representing the fruits which were sold to motorists was 2/5. And again, the fraction representing the fruits which were sold to students was 1/4. We want to take the sum as follows. It will be 2/5. We had 1/4. The LCM of 5 and 4 will be 20. 20 when we divide with 5 will give us 4. 4 when we multiply with 2 will give us 8. Plus 20 when we divide with 4 will give us 5. 5 when we multiply with 1 will give us 5. We have 8 plus 5 in our case to give us 13/20. We want to search for the fraction representing the remaining fruits. And for us to get the fraction representing the remaining fruits, we are going to take one whole. We subtract the sum of the fraction representing motorists and students, which is 13/20. One whole when we subtract 13/20 will give us 7/20. We want to search for the fraction of fruits representing others. We can now proceed to search for the fraction which represents the fruits which were sold to others. Remember, we are told that to others the vendor sold 3/7 of remainder. Therefore, the fraction will be 3/7 of the remaining fraction of the fruits, which is 7/20. It will be 3/7 we multiply with 7/20. We can simplify by cancelling. By 7, 1, by 7, 1. This will give us 3/20. Therefore, the fraction representing the fruits which were sold to others was 3/20. From there, we shall now proceed to take the sum of the fraction of the fruits which were sold to motorists, students, and others. Therefore, it will be 2/5. We had 1/4 and we had 3/20. The LCM of 5, 4, and 20 will be 20. 20 when we divide with 5 will give us 4. 4 when we multiply with 2 will give us 8. Plus 20 when we divide with 4 will give us 5. 5 when we multiply with 1 will give us 5. Plus 20 when we divide with 20 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with 3 will give us 3. We have 8 plus 5 plus 3 to give us 16/20. We want to search the fraction which remained. And for us to get the remaining fraction, we are going to take one whole. We subtract 16/20. In this case, one whole, when we subtract 16/20, we are going to get 4/20. This fraction, which is 4/20, represents the fruits which were left. And we are told that the fruits which were left were 168. We want to search for the number of fruits which were sold to students. We have found that the fraction representing the fruits which were left was 4/20, and the fruits which were left were 168 fruits. We want to search for the number of fruits which were sold to students. Remember, the fraction representing the fruits which were sold to students was 1/4. Therefore, if 4/20, which is the fraction representing the fruits which were left, gives us 168 fruits, what about 1/4? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 1/4. We multiply with 168, and we multiply with the reciprocal of 4/20, which is 20/4. We can simplify by cancelling. By 4, 1. By 4, 42. By 4, 1. By 4, 5. We have 42. We multiply with 5 to give us 210 fruits. Therefore, the fruits which were sold to students in our case here were 210 fruits. In our question, our correct answer is B. In Harambee, 3/10 of the attendants were women. 3/5 of the remainder were men, and the rest were children. What fraction of the attendants were children? We can proceed to solution. We are told that in that Harambee, 3/10 of the attendants were women. We are also told that 3/5 of the remainder were men. Again, we are told that the rest were children. We are asked the fraction which represents children. From there, we can proceed first to search for the fraction which represents men. Hence, we are told that 3/5 of the remainder were men. Our first step, we are first going to search for the remaining fraction. And for us to know the remaining fraction, we are going to take one whole. We subtract the fraction of women, which is 3/10. Therefore, our remaining fraction will be 1 whole. We subtract the fraction representing women, which is 3/10. This will give us 7/10. We want to search for the fraction representing men, and we are told that 3/5 of the remainder were men. Therefore, the fraction representing men in our case here will be 3/5 of the remainder, which is 7/10. When we multiply, we are going to get 21/50. Therefore, the fraction representing men will be 21/50. From there, we are first going to combine the fraction representing women and men for us to get the rest of the fraction which represents children. Remember, the fraction representing women is 3/10. the fraction representing men will be 21/50. We can now take the sum as follows. We have 3/10. We had 21/50. The LCM of 10 and 50 will be 50. 50 when we divide with the 10 will give us 5. 5 when we multiply with the 3 will give us 15. We had 50 when we divide with 50 will give us 1. 1 when we multiply with the 21 will give us 21. We have 15 plus 21 to give us 36/50. And remember, we want to search for the fraction representing children. We have found that the sum of the fraction representing women and men is 36/50. We want to search for the fraction representing children. For us to get the fraction representing children, we are going to take one whole, which is the same as 50/50. We subtract 36/50. Therefore, it will be one whole. We subtract 36/50. One whole, when we subtract 36/50, we are going to get 14/50. We can simplify it as follows. By 2, 7, by 2, 25. Therefore, the fraction representing children in our case will be 7/25. In our case here, our correct answer is D. Asha made a profit of 18,000 shillings from her trade. She spent a third of the profit on food and 2/5 of the remainder on paying bills and fuel. She saved the rest. How much money did she save? We can proceed to solution. We are told that Asha made a profit of 18,000 shillings. Again, Asha spent a third of the profit on food. We are also told that Asha spent 2/5 of the remainder on paying bills and fuel. Then she saved the rest. We are asked the amount of money which Asha saved. We can proceed first to search for the amount which was spent on food. And on food, we are told that Asha spent a third of the profit. Remember, the total profit is 18,000 shillings. Therefore, the amount spent on food will be a third of the total profit, which is 18,000 shillings. This will give us 6,000 shillings. Remember, this 6,000 shillings is the amount which was spent on food. From there, we can now proceed to search for the remaining amount. And the remaining amount here, we are going to take the total profit, which is 18,000 shillings. We subtract the amount which was spent on food, which is 6,000 shillings. 18,000. When we subtract 6,000, we are going to get 12,000 shillings. We can now proceed to search for the amount which was spent on bills and fuel. And on bills and fuel, we are told that Asha spent 2/5 of the remainder. Remember, our remainder is 12,000 shillings. Therefore, the amount spent on bills and fuel will be 2/5 of the remainder, which is 12,000 shillings. 2/5 of 12,000 shillings will give us 4,800 shillings. And this is the amount spent on bills and fuel. We want to search for the amount Asha saved. For us to get the amount saved, we are first going to take the sum of the amount Asha spent on food and the amount spent on bills and fuel. And on food, we have found that Asha spent 6,000 shillings. We had the amount spent on bills and fuel, which is 4,800 shillings. 6,000, when we had 4,800, we are going to get a total of 10,800 shillings. Remember, we want to search for the amount saved. For us to get the amount saved, we are going to take the total profit, we subtract the sum of the amount spent on food and bills, which is 10,800 shillings. The total profit, we found that it was 18,000 shillings. We subtract 10,800 shillings. 18,000, when we subtract 10,800, we are going to get 7,200 shillings. Therefore, the amount which was saved in our case, we have found that it was 7,200 shillings. The amount Asha saved was 7,200 shillings. Our correct answer is B. Haman shared his profit of 87,000 shillings among his 3 children. We have Kawira, Kioko, and Zila. Kawira received a quarter of the money, while Kioko received half of what Kawira received. Zila received a fifth of the remainder. How much of the profit was left? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that the man shared his profit of 87,000 shillings among his 3 children. Kawira received a quarter of the money. Then Kioko received half of what Kawira received. Again, we are told that Zila received a fifth of the remainder. We are asked the profit which was left. We can proceed to solution. Remember, the man had a total of 87,000 shillings as his profit. Then he shared his profit among his 3 children. We have Kawira, Kioko, and Zila. Kawira received a quarter of the money. Kioko, in this case, received half of what Kawira received. Again, we are told that Nzila received her fifth of the remainder. We are asked the profit which remained. For us to get the profit which remained, we are first going to search for the amount which Kawira received and the amount Kioko received together with the amount Nzila received. Then we combine and we subtract it from the total profit, which is 87,000 shillings. From there, we can proceed to search for the amount received by Kawira. And remember, we are told that Kawira received a quarter of the money. Therefore, it will be a quarter of the total profit, which is 87,000 shillings. It will be 1/4. We multiply with 87,000. We can simplify by cancelling. By 4, 1 by 4, 21,750 shillings. 1 when we multiply with 21,750, we are going to get 21,750 shillings. This is the amount received by Kawira. From there, we can proceed to search for the amount received by Kioko. And we are told that Kioko received half of what Kawira received. We have found that Kawira received 21,750 shillings. Kioko's amount here will be half of Kawira's amount. Therefore, it will be a half of Kawira's amount, which is 21,750 shillings. It will be a half. We multiply with 21,750 shillings. We can simplify by cancelling. By 2, 1 by 2, 10,875 shillings. 1 when we multiply with the 10,875 will give us 10,875 shillings. This is the amount received by Kioko. From there, we want to search for the remainder of the amount for us to get what Nzila received. Therefore, we are going to combine Kawira's amount together with Kioko's amount, and then we subtract it from the total profit, which is 87,000 shillings. In this case, we are first going to take the sum of the amount which Kawira received together with the amount which Kioko received. Remember, Kawira received 21,750 shillings. Kioko, in this case, received 10,875 shillings. We can combine them as follows. We have 21,750 shillings. We had 10,875 shillings. When we combine them together, we are going to get a total of 32,625 shillings. Remember, we want to search for the remainder. And for us to get our remainder, we are going to take the total profit, which is 87,000 shillings. We subtract the sum of the amount of Kawira and Kioko, which is 32,625 shillings. 87,000 when we subtract 32,625 shillings, we are going to get 54,375 shillings. And remember, we want to search for Zila's amount. Zila's amount, we are told that he received a fifth of the remainder. We have found that our remainder will be 54,375 shillings. We want to search for Zila's amount, and Zila's amount will be a fifth of the remainder. Therefore, it will be a fifth of the remainder, which is 54,375 shillings. We can simplify by cancelling. By 5, 1. By 5, 10,875. 1, when we multiply with the 10,875, we are going to get 10,875 shillings. This is the amount which Zila received. And we are asked the profit which remained. We can now proceed to search for the profit which remained. And for us to get the profit which remained, we are first going to take the sum of the amount which was received by Kawira together with Kioko and Zila. Remember, we have found that Kawira received 21,750 shillings. We combine the amount of Kioko, which was 10,875 shillings, and we combine the amount of Zila, which was 10,875 shillings. When we take the sum, we are going to get a total of 43,500 shillings. Remember, we want to search for the profit which remained. And the total profit, we found that it was 87,000 shillings. Therefore, the profit which remained in this case will be 87,000 shillings. We subtract 43,500 shillings. 87,000, when we subtract 43,500, we are going to get 43,500 shillings. Therefore, the profit which remained in our case was 43,500 shillings. In our case here, our correct answer is A. A farmer had 280 chickens. He sold 5/7 of the chicken on the first day and then sold a fifth of the remainder the following day. How many chicken were sold? We can first identify our key areas. We are told that the farmer had a total of 280 chickens. On the first day, the farmer sold 5/7 of the chicken, and on the following day, he sold a fifth of the remainder. We are asked the number of chicken which were sold. We can proceed to solution. In our question, we are told that the farmer had 280 chickens. Then we are also told that on the first day, the farmer sold 5/7 of the chicken. on the following day, we are told that he sowed a fifth of the remainder. We are asked the number of chicken which were sowed. For us to know the number of chicken which were sowed, we are first going to search for the number of chicken which were sowed on the first day. And on the first day, we are told that the farmer sowed 5/7 of the chicken. Remember, the total number of chickens is 280 chicken. Therefore, on the first day, it will be 5/7 of the total number of chicken, which is 280. It will be 5/7. We multiply with 280. We can simplify by cancelling. By 7, 1, by 7, 40. We have 5, we multiply with 40 to give us 200 chicken. And this 200 chicken is the number of chicken which were sold on the first day. We can proceed to search for the remaining chickens. And for us to get the remaining number of chicken, we are going to take the total number of chickens. We subtract the number of chicken which were sold on the first day. Therefore, it will be 280. We subtract 200. This will give us 80 chickens. And these 80 chickens are the remaining chickens. We can now proceed to search for the number of chicken which were sold on the second day. And on the second day, we are told that the farmer sold a fifth of the remainder. We have found that the remaining chicken were 80 chicken. Therefore, on the second day, it will be a fifth of 80. We can simplify by cancelling. By 5, 1, by 5, 16. 1 when we multiply with 16 will give us 16 chicken. And this 16 chicken is the number of chicken which were sold on the second day. Remember, we are asked the number of chicken which were sold by the farmer. For us to get the number of chicken sold by the farmer, we are first going to take the number of chicken sold on the first day. We combine with the number of chicken sold on the second day. And the number of chicken sold on the first day, we have found that they were 200 chicken. We had the number of chicken sold on the second day, which were 16 chicken. 200 when we had with 16 will give us 216 chicken. Therefore, the farmer sold 216 chicken. Our correct answer is C. On Monday, a quarter of the workers were absent. On Tuesday, only a sixth of the workers were absent. If 12 more workers were absent on Monday than on Tuesday, how many workers are there altogether? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that on Monday only a quarter of the workers were absent. On Tuesday only a sixth of the workers were absent. Again, we are also told that 12 more workers were absent on Monday than on Tuesday. This means that the workers who were absent on Monday exceeded the workers who were absent on Tuesday by 12. From there, we are asked the number of workers altogether. In our case, we don't know the number of workers. Therefore, we are going to come up with an equation and say that let the total number of workers be represented by X. We can now proceed to solution. Remember here, we are told that on Monday, only a quarter of the workers were absent. On Tuesday, we are told that we had a sixth of workers who were absent. Remember, we are asked the total number of workers. In our case, remember, we don't know the number of workers. Therefore, we are going to come up with an expression as follows. We are going to say that let the number of workers be represented by X. Remember, this X will represent the total number of workers. Again, the workers who were absent on Monday was a quarter of the workers. On Tuesday, we had a sixth of the workers who were absent. From there, we shall now search for the number of workers who were absent on Monday and Tuesday. Remember, we have said that the total number of workers will be represented by X. Therefore, the number of workers who were absent on Monday will be a quarter of the total number of workers, which is X. Remember, this is the number of workers who were absent on Monday. On Tuesday, the number of workers will be a sixth of the total number of workers, which is X. A quarter of X in our case will give us a quarter X. We have a sixth of X, which will give us a sixth X. Remember, we are also told that on Monday, the workers who were absent exceeded the workers who were absent on Tuesday by 12. Therefore, the difference of the workers who were absent on Monday and Tuesday was 12. From there, we shall now come up with an equation as follows. Remember, this a quarter X represents the number of workers who were absent on Monday. We have a sixth X, which represents the number of workers who were absent on Tuesday. And we are told that on Monday we had 12 more workers who were absent than on Tuesday. Therefore, the difference of the workers who were absent on Monday and Tuesday was 12. And we have said we are going to come up with an equation as follows. We have the number of workers who were absent on Monday, which is a quarter X. We subtract the number of workers who were absent on Tuesday, which is a sixth X, should give us 12 workers. From there, we shall now solve to search for the value of X. And we have said that we have a quarter X, we subtract a sixth X, they should give us 12 workers. Remember, these are fractions. Therefore, we shall proceed to search for the LCM of 4 and 6, which is 12. 12, when we divide with 4, will give us 3. 3 when we multiply with 1 hex will give us 3 hex. We subtract 12 when we divide with 6 will give us 2. 2 when we multiply with 1 hex will give us 2 hex. When we take the difference of 3 hex minus 2 hex will give us hex over 12, which is equals to 12. Remember, this hex can also represent 1. We have now 1 over 12 hex is equals to 12. And we want to search for the value of hex. We are going now to multiply both sides with the reciprocal of 1 over 12. We shall now proceed as follows. We have 1 over 12 hex is equals to 12. We multiply both sides with the reciprocal of 1 over 12, which is 12 over 1. We shall simplify as follows. Our hex here will be 12. We multiply with 12. 12 when we multiply with 12, we are going to get 144 workers. Therefore, the total number of workers was 144 workers. Our correct answer is B. Her basket contained oranges and bananas only. Mary removed her third of the bananas and her quarter of the oranges from the basket. In all, she took 20 fruits. If half of the fruits she removed were oranges, how many fruits remained in the basket? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that the basket contained oranges and bananas only. We are also told that Mary removed her third of the bananas and her quarter of the oranges from the basket. Then she took 20 fruits from the basket. We are also told that half of the fruits removed were oranges. We are asked the number of fruits which remained in the basket. We can now proceed to solution. Remember, we are told that the basket contained bananas and oranges only. Then we are told that Mary removed her third of the bananas. She also removed her quarter of the oranges from the basket. And we are told that she removed her total of 20 fruits. And out of these 20 fruits which were removed in the basket, we are told that half of the fruits were oranges. We are asked the total number of fruits which remained in the basket. From there, we shall now proceed to search for the fraction of the fruits which remained in the basket. And remember, we have bananas and oranges. The bananas which were removed from the basket was a third of the bananas. Oranges were a quarter of the oranges. We want to search for the fraction of the bananas which remained in the basket. In our case here, the total fraction of the bananas will be 3 over 3. We subtract the fraction of the bananas which were removed from the basket, which is a third. 1 whole, when we subtract 1 over 3, will give us 2 over 3. Remember, this 2 over 3 is the fraction of the bananas which remained. We shall now proceed to search for the fraction of the oranges which remained in the basket. And the oranges which were removed from the basket was a quarter of the total oranges. Therefore, the fraction of the oranges which will remain in the basket will be 1 whole we subtract 1 over 4. Remember, this 1 whole is the same as 4 over 4 we subtract 1 over 4. This will give us 3 over 4. And remember, this 3 over 4 is the fraction of oranges which remained in the basket. Again, we are told that out of the total fruits which were removed from the basket, half of the fruits were oranges. We shall now proceed to search for the number of oranges which were removed from the basket. It will be half of the total number of fruits, which is 20, which was removed from the basket. Half of 20 will give us 10 oranges. And remember, the fraction of the oranges which remained in the basket was 3 over 4. And the fraction of the oranges which was removed from the basket was a quarter. We shall now proceed to search for the oranges which remained in the basket. We have said that a quarter of the oranges was removed from the basket, and this a quarter represents 10 oranges. We have 3 over 4 of the oranges which remained in the basket. We want to search for the number of oranges which remained in the basket. If a quarter of the oranges which were removed was 10 oranges, what about 3 over 4 will give us how many oranges? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 3 over 4, we multiply with the 10 oranges and we multiply with the 4 over 1. We shall simplify by cancelling. By 4, 1, by 4, 1. We have 3 times 10 to give us 30 oranges. These 30 oranges are oranges which remained in the basket. From there, we shall now proceed to search for the bananas which remained in the basket. Remember, we found that a third of the bananas were removed from the basket. And we have 2 over 3 of the bananas which remained in the basket. We found that the total number of fruits which was removed from the basket was 20 fruits. And out of these 20 fruits, we had 10 oranges. The rest was bananas. And the rest here will be the total number of fruits which was removed. We subtract 10 oranges to give us 10 bananas. These 10 bananas is the number of bananas which were removed from the basket. Therefore, we are going to say that 1 over 3 is the same as 10. If third is equals to 10 bananas, what about 2 over 3? We shall cross multiply. It will be 2 over 3. We multiply with the 10 and we multiply with the 3 over 1. We can simplify by cancelling. By 3, 1, by 3, 1. We have 2 times 10 to give us 20 bananas. And we are asked the total number of fruits which remained in the basket. The number of fruits which remained in the basket will be 30 oranges. We had 20 bananas. We can now add as follows. We have 30 oranges. We had 20 bananas. This will give us a total of 50 fruits. Therefore, the total number of fruits which remained in the basket was 50 fruits. In our case here, our correct answer is A. In a meeting, half of the people were women, a third were children, and the rest were men. There were 660 people all together. How many men were there? We can first highlight our key areas. We are told that half of the people were women, a third were children, and the rest were men. The meeting was attended by a total of 660 people. We are asked the number of men who were there in the meeting. We can now proceed to solution. And the meeting was attended by women, children, and men. We are told that half of the people were women, a third of the people were children, and men were the rest of the fraction. The meeting was attended by a total number of people which was 660 people. We are asked the number of men who attended the meeting. We shall now first proceed to take the sum of the fraction which represented women and children. Remember, women were half of the people and children were a third of the people. We can now take the sum as follows. We have a half, we had a third. The LCM of 2 and 3 will be 6. 6 when we divide with the 2 will give us 3. 3 when we multiply with 1 will give us 3. We had 6 divided by 3 which will give us 2. 2 when we multiply with 1 will give us 2. In our case we have 3 plus 2 to give us 5 over 6. Remember, this 5 over 6 is the sum of the fraction representing the women and children. We want to search for the rest of the fraction which represents men. And for us to get the rest of the fraction, we are going to take 1 whole, we subtract 5 over 6. Remember, this 1 whole here is the same as 6 over 6. We subtract 5 over 6. This will give us 1 over 6. Therefore, the fraction which represents men was 1 over 6. We are asked the number of men who attended the meeting, and the total number of people was 660 people. For us to know the number of men who attended the meeting, we are going to take the fraction which represents men, we multiply with the total number of people. Therefore, it will be 1 over 6. We multiply with the total number of people, which is 660 people. We can simplify by cancelling. By 6, 1. By 6, 110. Therefore, the number of men who attended the meeting was 110 men. We have found that the number of men who attended the meeting was 110. Our correct answer is C. Mpayai sold a quarter of his cows to Kirui, her fifth to Kayai, and her eighth to Mshona. The number of cows sold to Kayai was 16. What was the total number sold to both Kirui and Mshona? We can first identify our key areas. We are told that he sold a quarter of his cows to Kirui, her fifth to Kayai, and her eighth to Mshona. Then the number of cows sold to Kayai was 16 cows. We want to search for the total number sold to both Kirui and Mshona. We can proceed to solution. We are told that Mpayei sold a quarter of his cows to Kirui. He also sold a fifth of his cows to Kayai. Again, he sold a eighth of his cows to Mshona. Then the number of cows which were sold to Kayai were 16 cows. We are asked the number of cows sold to both Mshona and Kirui. From there, we shall use the fraction of Kayai to search for the number of cows which were sold to Kirui and Mshona. Remember, we are told that the number of cows which were sold to Kayai were 16 cows. We shall now proceed to search for the number of cows which were sold to Kirui. If 1 over 5 represents 16 cows, what about a quarter will represent how many cows? Remember, Kayai's fraction is 1 over 5, which gives us 16 cows. And we want to search for the number of cows which were sold to Kirui. And Kirui, in our case, has a fraction which is 1 over 4. And if 1 over 5 represents 16 cows, what about 1 over 4 will represent how many cows? We are going to cross multiply. It will be 1 over 4, we multiply with 16, and we multiply with 5 over 1. We can simplify by cancelling. By 4, 1, by 4, 4. We have 4 times 5 to give us 20 cows. Therefore, in our case here, Kirui received 20 cows. We can now proceed to search for the number of cows which were sold to Mshona. And remember, Mshona has a fraction which is 1 over 8. We shall use the fraction of Kayai to search for the number of cows which were sold to Mshona. And the fraction of Kayai is 1 over 5, which is equals to 16 cows. What about 1 over 8? We shall cross multiply. It will be 1 over 8, we multiply with 16, and we multiply with 5 over 1. We can simplify by cancelling. By 8, 1, by 8, 2. we have 2 times 5 to give us 10 cows. In our case here, Mpeyei sold 10 cows to Mshona. And we are asked the total number of cows which were sold to Mshona and Kirui. We have found that Kirui received 20 cows and Mshona received 10 cows. Therefore, we shall now proceed to take the sum of the cows of both Mshona and Kirui. And remember, we have 20 cows. We had 10 cows to give us 30 cows. Therefore, the total number of cows which were sold to both Mshona and Kirui were 30 cows. In our case here, our correct answer is B.